Alright, I'm here, baby. Got everything ready and all needed. We finally finished to the case 3 and now we're at the final. That's the one thing I'm actually happy for. Oops. Here we go. Day 1. Turnabout succession. And the whole truth. Mason system. Okay. Alright. Someone got murked. Reliving the first case then. Hold up. That's actually upsetting though. Nothing happened by chance. Oh, it's connected. Someone got. And now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of this story. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. Oh, we really hit the all-time high in the dark age of court law? I'm starting to think we do. October 7th. 10:37 a.m. Right? Anything agency. Hey Apollo, look on the TV. Look. Yeah. I'm kind of busy. Whoa, look at that. He's the last Grimmery, all right. Amazing. Apollo, you should be watching this. Ow. What? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That court was 3 months ago. Damn, 3 months ago is actually quite wild. I mean, I would just like write the record down like as soon as it was finished though. Or it takes like about a couple weeks, but damn, it took you 3 months to finally just write a journal. I don't know, it depends though. Like, write some little bit of records on it. But, it is what it is. Hold up. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. Kinda, even though Christoph was the one who did a lot of shit, though. And also, Lemior. I want to vacuum pack the feels of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lemior disappeared. That's right, Uncle Valant did that illusion too. But you're missing him on the TV right now. How is he, though? I was getting to the good part. Oops. I suppose I should start watching a little TV with her. After all, her father expected me to look after her while he's away. What do you see is a rehearsal of the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Governor's concert was. Only 3 more days until the miracle happens here. Right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Grimmery is performing the first time in 7 years. That's going to be great. I'm so there. Wait, didn't Zach die though? Because I'm pretty sure that just happened after. Yes. Hold on. If Zach is there. No. Yeah, that's the thing. There's not going to be 3 people. It's going to only be 2, like Valant and Lemior. Zach is already gone. You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Grimmeries. If Trucy's real father were still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. That's right. It took place after his death. I got a ticket and everything. $70, bro. Yeah, man, this is 2007. Back then, concert ticket wasn't that heavily expensive now. The ticket for anything at this point is like around 100 or more though, which is a sad life of the economy. Truly tragic. Here's yours, Apollo. Ticket premiere showing The Grand Illusion by the magician Valant Gremory. Magic show. $70 is insane. Cause you know that shit is fucking cheap for the current age of economy. Oh, you're here, working hard or hardly working. Oh, hey, how you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I want to hear from my own kid. That's fucked. Yeah, that's truly upsetting though. Though he's been gone for a long time. How's it going, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Yay, pudding! I love pudding. I miss the Japanese pudding though, actually. Hold up, where is it at? Where is it? Hold on. Like these, the Japanese pudding. This is the one I mostly grew up on. Even though you can literally get that shit on the convenience store or 7-Eleven, for example. All you have to do is just open it, place it down upside down with a plate, and then there's a little flick to it, the little pointy part. You just have to break it and raise the cup holder container up, and then boom, it's gonna leave it like this. It's actually quite fascinating though, trust me. It's actually kind of cool. But it doesn't matter. Only just a few more months before I return back home to Japan. And not just one pudding, but the 3 whole cups. I had to paste it myself. I mean, it's always gonna be contains of 3 cups though. I wish it could do more, but it can go up to 3 though. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You gotta take it easy with the secrets, you know. How right you are. So, you still can't tell us what your... Oh, so you can't tell us your mission is? Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway. Huh? What? Me? Oh. Oh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me, you ever heard of Juris system? Yes? Even though that we're never gonna see this shit ever again after this mission, nor that we're ever gonna hear from it, or mention, or even use it. This is pretty much a one-time mechanic of this game for this certain mission, for this certain case. The Juris system? Isn't Juris system a real life thing though? That's what I'm thinking. It is. Hold on, let me check. But it no longer exists? Hold on, really? How does the Juris system works? I know that it's gonna be different from the Japan version. Juris system. How does that work? Juris. Judiciary. Judicial, you have the 3 types of judicial. We have for America, we have a district court, court of appeal, and Supreme Court. Oh. Okay. Apollo wondering where the The trial indicate to revive the jury trials that conducted some point of past before 2013. Only one trial is known to use this system, and it seems has been discontinued. Oh, I guess we're never gonna see that shit again. In real life, the old bench trial is based on a Japan actual judicial system that is used in 1943 to 2009. Okay, so it's no longer exists then. An inclusion in Apollo's attorney was due to Japan introducing the lay judge system after 2004 ruling that it has officially changed the system in May of 2009. The lay of judge system differs the jurors system presented in the game, in that the citizens select the participants in the system that shares the bench with the judge and have the power to ask questions of the witnesses in attendance. Oh, so basically it's like, so anyone who comes to the jury will have to tell them, ask a question to the witness, huh? Okay. Lay judge are also involved in sentencing deliberation. The first lay judge took place in August of 2009. It was the first court that sort since the abandonment of Taisho jury system in 1943 that include participation from members of the public in court proceeding. And localized, the setting is in Los Angeles, California. However, the United States has been using trial by jurors since at least December of 1791, when the Sixth Amendment of the Bill of Rights was enacted. Okay, so so Japan don't use it no more, but America still do because of the Sixth Amendment. Okay. So pretty much technically it doesn't exist for certain countries then. Alright, good to know. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe. Maybe it's not many people are talking about it as I thought. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that shit is not well known though. It's pretty much like a old time. The jury system, huh? It's like you don't learn things that it's like, what's the point of learning the old things if it no longer exists though? I mean, I can understand that people might use it, but using old stuff as an alternate plan, but that can be a bit situational though. But it seems like this might be that situation. So Daddy, what is this jury system thing? Well, Tracy, do you know what the jury is? I heard of it. Isn't that the people who sits in a court in those old courtroom dramas? Yep, they're pretty much just the spectators in this game, Tracy. They're literally just the spectators though. The one that goes to decide if the guy is innocent or guilty. Do you know, Apollo? Even though the jury doesn't even exist in this game though, we never even got a single jurist in this game. Only from TV. It's 12 people chosen from the communities, right? Well, they are thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the jurist system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurors cooperate with the judge. They help the analysis of the case from the different angles. Ah, there are the only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. Yes, because I am a lawyer, Trucy. I wouldn't got a master degree of law without it. Their finding directly affects the verdicts. Hopefully people will start talking about the court a little more seriously now, since we're in the dark age of the court law. I feel like I'm the only one. I'm on some kind of educational TV show, starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright and his assistant Trucy. Dr. Wright. I don't think lawyers could ever get the title doctor though. You gotta get a PhD for that shit. And the only way to get a PhD is only the medical. You can't get a PhD on any other. Master degree at best. I don't know. I don't know if I'm wrong with that because I mean, I'm still in college though, so fuck. And mascot Apollo, the perfect team. A mascot? Damn. He really did that to you like that, Apollo. Secret mission. What is that secret mission he's referring to? So what is this secret mission? The jury system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that the new idea like this systems are always risky, Apollo. I mean, the court system in this game has always been risky as shit though. Our fucking judge is the worst judge in the entire court system history, bro. Like any other game that involves with the court or trials and everything. Your Honor, you need to be sacked. Like that. Oh no, please, I do not want to be sacked so hard. I'm trying my best, but then instead I got the dementia. I couldn't even get it. Ah. too true. Everyone got an opinion, and they just talk and nothing gets decided. Kinda like you, Apollo. Okay, Trucy, don't take no personal. I'm not that bad, am I? No, you're fucking bad, Apollo. As soon as when we get in the trial, you're like, oh shit, I don't know what to do. I can't remember it. Even though we literally investigate that evidence like not even a week ago or even a couple days ago. We just investigated yesterday. Like, I swear, like, Apollo cannot remember shit though without relying on the person who's controlling, aka me, to know which evidence is very crucial. Like, hey, he can't. I'm pretty sure Apollo or any character I control in this game is just have a short-term memory. In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. Well, we'll take a case as sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process. Incidentally. Helping? How? Well, for one, I'll be the chair of the Jury System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurors candidates, even the judge in the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job. I never was good at the piano, to be honest. Yeah, we kind of know about that like 3 cases or a couple cases ago. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow. By the way, don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation? Huh. Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, it's a run-through of the system. I wanted something simple. How so? Good thing, no nonsense out of you on something too serious. True. The case is a murderer. That's the usual though. That's always been for every entire case we've been in. I kind of wish that we would have a case that does not evolve with the murder though. Like, can we have like a robbery, a heist, a war criminal, like all of that? That could be hella interesting, but I guess murder is just kind of get repetitive. That's not simple at all. It never was though. Cause you know damn well that the fucking culprit would do anything to get out of it, like do the most out of it. And the sad part is that the victim always die in the most, sometimes either the most simple way, but in solving it is just like so fucking bizarre. Like, okay, the murder weapon is actually a trophy. All right, so he hit him with it. Nope, not too simple, really. You basically had to find the evidence more that how did he kill him with the fucking trophy as a murder weapon. Okay, it was a blunt force. Alright, there you go, case solved. He touched it. You can literally see it on the fingerprints. But then the fucking prosecution is like, nah, you had to find some motive and all of that shit. What made him to grab the fucking trophy and then whack him. And then the judge is like, oh, start glazing the shit out of the fucking prosecutor. Like, oh, you're right. Why would he? You need to find some motive. Otherwise, his fingerprint and everything that he does is invalid. Oh, like, bro, I literally had to take a more step back and more back to find details after details to make sure that the culprit is the actual murderer. But when we actually to solve the case, we had to go, but the only way is bluff. Just do some bluffing and there you go. It's just that it's not that simple though. I'm gonna be honest with you, cause Phoenix Ace Attorney universe is just wacky. I'm gonna be honest with you. By simple, do you mean the defendant is guilty? Yes, most likely. No, you're not. So good luck, Apollo. Wait, what? With a trial tomorrow, you're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you. Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway, no sweat. Kind of ironic that the test case is supposed to be like a tutorial case, despite this is the final court in this game. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided, and a potentially serious sentence, the most serious in a worst case scenario. You mean the verdict for real, which is basically death sentence? That's not a test trial at all. That's a real trial. All the forms has been filed. There's no turning back now. The trials begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room with your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Yes, there is more. There was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Eh? Something that happened last night. Oh yeah, where is Valant though? I know he technically was part of the trial in last seat, but I guess. Hey Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission, but what about this? The Troop Grammary Grand Magic Show. Oh, right, that card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're a grand illusion, miracles, the apocalypse, heaven and earth. So what? That's 3 whole days from now. Damn. It's at the Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valant. Have fun. He does not care. He said, "Hi, have fun, bitch." That is absolutely insane. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Yeah, that's right, Apollo. You know it's kind of a bit concerning to let a minor or a teenage woman to be out by herself, though. The world is a very cruel world. Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You hear all about it tomorrow, regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. I mean, we already know where to go there. I mean, we've been there before. Ah, Grammary, that reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that the Silk Hat Grammary seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday. Good point. Phoenix does not remember his own daughter's birthday. Actually, does he? I don't know. I mean, the fact that Phoenix is such a laid back, I won't be too surprised he knows. Huh? Today? I think it's a recycle your plastics day. Then it's a recycle your plastic present. Okay. Sometimes Phoenix is just funny as hell in this game. Yippee, it's so plastic. I have given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So, what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. The stern look. No. Just no. Look at that look. That is absolutely funny. Can I open it? No. Huh? You need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. When? Yes. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be a logical thing to do. Because this game is basically the logic. You need logic, but sometimes the logic is just out the window. I don't know how to describe Ace Attorney at this point no more. You just have to live with it. An envelope about Grimoires, huh? Alright, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do. I mean, I'm going to be defending, aren't I? The thing is, I don't even know who's my client. If all goes well, then yes, of course, this is just a test. We want everyone to start without preconception of blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. The committee chair, remember? You know, I hope that your bluff and luck is on our side on this one. But then again, that's what you're well known for, so I kind of believe you. Oh, well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose I could give you a permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good, that's better. But you can't tell anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't have... But don't you want it backfired, do you? Apollo. If I'm in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affairs is my responsibility for good or for bad. Just do what you can, and don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright. I recommend you go down to the detention center. Your client is waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you can just say I couldn't talk to... But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. Well, time's a wasting. Hey, look, guess what? I have this and you don't. Presenting, are we? I did my fair share of that back in the day. Oh shit, okay, he's aware, he knows. Yeah, self-awareness is insane, bro. Show my attorney badge a lot too. To show that I am a fucking lawyer. He may look cool and calm now, but you should have seen him before. Don't worry, Trucy. I will see his ass like this in the Dual Destiny. You know me too well, Trucy. I'm glad I provided this opportunity for a little family bonding. Oh shit, I guess he already... I guess it doesn't matter. I love how sometimes this game gives you a little detail that they have self-awareness. Like when you're presenting something, it's like, oh, you're doing the same tactics when I was a playable character. Don't worry, I can understand what you're trying to do. I've been there. You're not the first. Let's go to Sunshine Coliseum. Fuck our detention center. Woohoo, this is it. The place where magic and dream converged. Just a while ago, it was a place where murder and nightmares converged. Dreams and nightmare. Shout out to Meek Mill. Let's go to say hi to Uncle Valant. What about the case? Whoa! Ha, 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 ha. Only performer laugh like that. The young Miss Trucy. How often I hope that we meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Uncle Valant, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how's the day find you? Because I am here. Okay, I hate this. I just gave him the All Might laugh though. Actually, we came to wish you a good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is lucky to have witnessed a miracle such as the one I shall perform. Yeah, you are amazing. We get the picture. The world will watch in a wonderment of magnificent illusion are reborn. Here on stage, by my hand. Alright, thank you so much. We're gonna go to our detention. We'll talk to you later, bro. Alright. Let's back out. Let's back out for a moment. Let's see. Detention center, visitor room. Everything's quiet. That's 20 minutes. We've been waiting here. 20 minutes. Has it really been 20 minutes? We just got here like a few seconds ago, Apollo. Come on now. Be more patient. Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than just stand there pretending he doesn't see us. Trucy, leave that fucking guard alone, bro. He's just doing his job, just standing. That's literally how he worked. He just literally just stand there for 8 hours straight, though. You know, to be honest, I'd rather have to take that job, though. Just stand there, speechless, and stand to the same area in that corner, lonely corner for the next 8 hours. Just be the fucking statue. Yeah, that's pretty much it, though. I kind of wish I want to be the statue. That's hurting stat. That's just being a statue. You know, I kind of wish I was a statue. So that means I could just mind my own business, stand there, just chilling in the same spot every day. Time goes by quick. And the thing is that the statue can live forever too. It depends if they don't get crushed or get pulled down or vandalized and shit, or getting destroyed or melted. Because I mean, some statue has some different materials to be carved though. Like some statue can be made in metal, stone, marble, or any sort of etc. But the thing is, minerals can last forever, so I'll be just fine. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter!" and they're standing right behind you. "Oh, guard! Is our client to be much longer?" What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? What the fuck? What the fuck? She just creeping in. I don't wanna know. Creeping on the door. Oh baby. I love that song though. Where do you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat. I can tell she is very introverted. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence that builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right, okay. And probably like same ages as you. Oh god, it's Mr. Hat. Mr. Weezer is here. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. She's not amused. Oh no. Look what you did, Trucy. You let Mr. Weezer fucking make her knocked out. She passed out. Miss Magic Underwear might have been better bet. Yeah, let's hope Mr. Stickler isn't hearing this. He's probably in the behind the door. It's like, oh, did I hear the underwear? I need it. Is Trucy right? Is there? I need her to show me the method of using that underwear for science. Stickler, no! Get your ass back in the fucking cell, you. But I need the underwear for scientific research. Oh no. Stickler, for the last time, we're not doing this again, bro. But I need it. Please. No, Stickler, you have an underwear of your own. You can scientifically research your own underwear. But the women underwear is just better. No. You know what? You know what? I have enough. Take his ass to a solitary confinement. No. No. I'm gonna stop. That magic panties, Apollo. If I show her the badge, I know she's gonna pass out. You know what? Let's make her pass out again. See this here? She gonna pass out. Does it ring any bell? Does anything I say ring anything? Hey, you wanna see this ticket? Okay, she does not care. The magic the magic what? The magic panties. The Stickler made his cameo in this case. Well, not really though. Not really. Introduction. Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it's been to be a fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Do you know that I'm good with astrology? Yeah, you will never hear any adult male person would ever say like, I'm into astrology. Unless they are a type of person who use herb and smoke weed and type shit though. Like, yo, dude, you need to relax. Just use this herb and shit. Like, that's who I'm referring to. I don't know what do you call them. It's like the flower man. Or flower boy. Tell me, what's your sign? Well, at least we know that she's not an astrology type of person though. I can tell you mine if you like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. Well, at least he knows how to get bitches though. If you tell them like astrology, they will fully get into it. I sense destined to get difficult clients, it seems. What is her name though? So, what's your name? Oh, right. I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo Justice. I don't know. I'm Chusi Wright. I know. This is getting nowhere fast. Really? She can't even introduce her? She can't even say her name. The case. Hey, I know. Maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of ordinary happened lately? Oh, the other day, this tourist is out of town. Stopped to ask me directions. Later, Trucy. It better not be fucking Trucy. I mean, Stickler. Excuse me. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I feel like I need to ask direction myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Thought I could understand despair a little bit now. You did good, Apollo. What's this? Oh, look. She's doing her nails. What? Are nails so more important to defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy. Excuse me. Hmm? Oh, she speak. Could you read this? Sure. I feel like a teenager on the first date. Well, I don't know his love. I don't know Apollo love life, but I think he probably experienced it before if he actually said that. And this is the love letter we pass from desk to desk at school. Even though in my time we never do that no more. Is use our phone and text message it. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and an address. Vera Misham. Misham? Vera Misham. I feel like that name has to be like a pun name though. Yeah, address is for Drew's Studio. Defendant business card. The address for Drew's Studio is on the front. And you're giving me this because Oh, she's gone. Bye, whatever your name is. Oh, oh, I love how we never even show her name on the fucking text, but if I look up to the court record and in the profiles, it's just Vera Misham. Even though we could have just looked it up the court record instead of just tell her to introduce her name though. And plus, aren't we supposed to know her name before meeting her though? Because that's literally how you're supposed to do when you have a client though. Like you're supposed to know their name instead of just not knowing their name though. Well, she's 19. Okay, so she's pretty much of an adult then. Oh, alright, she's safe though, but she kind of low key cute though. Cause I want to say it's like, oh, she cute as hell, but I was so worried about her age. But she's 19. All right, so we're in the clear. I wonder if Drew's studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. So I guess she's kind of been around my age range. I love how we just left Valant behind though. We never saw his ass again. That body line is not looking too right though. It's kind of low-key eerie. And also I love the fact that the cup is kind of is glowing. Wow, look at this. Looks like a studio. It's like a life imitating art, or maybe it's another way around. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, look at what we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Yeah, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. These are nice art though. Realism, abstract. Apollo, look at this one. It looks half finished. Yet you can see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. Damn, we got all three sketch art. Oh, the painting has really different style too. Oh, I thought I might find you two here. Oh shit, it's Emma. Emma, long time no seen. Is 3 months really that long though to not see her though? I don't know. I mean, I guess because it is like 1/4 of a year though. Oh, seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet that I know that why you're here too. You know about the trial stimulation tomorrow? I heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh? We don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owned this studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. Misham? And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny though. She seemed more like a victim than a kind person who committed a murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning, that's how it was done, you know? Poisoning, a common way to get the job done, when the murderer is a woman. To be honest, I haven't heard any news or anything that the woman actually, or anyone committed a crime by poisoning someone though. Like putting something in their drink. Actually, shit, my throat is sore. I'll be right back for a moment. Alright, I'm back. I just need to get a drink though. Poisoning is a calming way to get the job done. Oh yeah, I already said this. Poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me that you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll be over here with my snackoos. We can't talk to anyone related to the case in this time around. Shit, I don't think we're supposed to talk to Emma either. Which means that we better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. So this Drew Misham was some kind of artist. Apparently, did a lot of illustration for books I hear. Had a lot of female fans too. For that's its worth. For what it's worth. Oh, well I guess his stuff is kind of pretty, like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustration actually. So it was just standalone painting or something. Is that what she mean? He was an odd bird, Miss Ham. Haven't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean to anyone? Yeah, sometimes artists does not like to show their face though. Kind of like to leave it anonymous, if I say so. He was always locked up here in the studio apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through the letters he was put in the letterbox there. Letters? Do people still write letters? Nope, not anymore, Apollo. And I don't think there's a lot of people write letters in the mid 2000s though too. Cause we're at the age where the internet is starting to rise up. What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Yep. Not Mr. Misham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? It's empty. In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Vera? Oh, you mean the killer? The suspect. Please. I swear, sometimes Chusi has no filter, but it's kind of funny at the same time. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only one found in the room were Mr. Misham and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Misham was giving an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during an interview, apparently. His first interview ever. Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? So this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of gave off the withdrawal sort of aura. She got a -10 aura though. Okay, I'ma stop. She was homeschooled by her father apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to a detention center. Like, how so? She was screaming about how she died if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she is allowed her good luck charm for a companion. Her good luck charm? Apparently she has this charm that magically gives her courage to go outside. Why can't I get a normal client? You will never have a normal client in this game, Apollo. Not even here, not even then, not even later in the future. But why would he... But why would shut in the daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So about the poison. It was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. Like I said, last night was the first time someone went outside, came into the studio. I guess a mysterious painter who never goes outside for a good article. And it so happened that he died that night for his first interview. Why does his fucking mug such like showing glowing aura around it though? Around 9 p.m. every night, Vera has made him a cup of coffee. Last night he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill and died. She poisoned him on the night of his interview. Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Misha when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking on some equipment in the back of the room. Why didn't I not see this? It was just like a normal housing until when we turn right. And it's like some shit going on over here. Supposedly that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone's suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Misha's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I wanted to know more about this reporter. Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, I'm a detective. A detective. You can't just ask me any old thing then expect me to answer, okay? I think you need to be a little more focused in your inquiry, scientific even. Somehow I knew she would get around to science. Okay, she does not care a fuck about that. But did you know I'm a lawyer? Okay, she does not care about the painting. Oh, that quite good. Oh, I guess she can see this. Emma, about this painting. Oh, that quite good, isn't it? That's not what I want to ask about. If you want to examine it, that is. I'd be happy to let you if you have a good reason. But without that, sorry. I guess she wants us to do a little footwork on our own first. Yeah, this one was not finished though. Yeah, this one is a different one because this says it's a bit unfinished. Emma, about this painting. Oh, that quite good, isn't it? That's not what I want to ask. If you wanna. Okay. Let's examine shit though. Starting off the body. Eek, Apollo, that's where the body was. That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham. Misham? There's gotta be some sort of like a pun name. Drew Misham. Or Vera Misham though. The name has to be something. Misham? I don't know what it means. Misham is my sham? Wait, you mean Drew my sham? Drew my sham? My sham. Drew my sham. My sham. I don't even know what that means. Okay. So that means it's not Misham, it's my sham. Misham? Misham. That's the spot where Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, boom. Bro hit the Squidward when he got choked. Bro was violently ill. He probably choked. He was choking harder than Squidward when he choked his fork. That's quite a bit of painting on the ground. See that half painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. He must have. Yep. Wow, a true artist to the end. Maybe he started a year ago and was procrastinating. Well, I mean, sometimes the artist needs some break though. I wouldn't mind taking a closer look in those paintings. I just love the oil. He oiled the painting up. You're going to... He oiled the painting up. You're going to hell, bro. I mean, that's... at least it's not on a person, though. I swear to God, it better not be on a daughter. You know, that's how they're so thick. Is that the word? These paintings are all dry. I'm just surprised how different all of these are. From what I'm wait a minute. From this this painting looks hella familiar, actually. Okay, so you have the abstract painting, which is normal. You got the realism painting, even though probably someone just took a picture and then blur it to make it posted on it. This painting, wait, I'm thinking this has to be like a Peach Boy. Yeah, this looks like a, I remember a Japanese kids story about Peach Boy where the two people, the adopted mom and dad, just found a giant peach on the floating in the river, and then they picked it up. When they opened it up, it was actually an actual child inside of it. Oh, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. It looks like they only half completed. Huh? That's funny. Do the rough sketch and the finished painting do totally look different to you? They do, actually. What's that all about? Is there anything? Nothing. I don't think you can see anything. Is that a pufferfish? Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish. Porcupine fish? Is that a thing? A porcupine fish. Oh, okay. They're not the same thing. I know what... You know what gets me? They got some needles, right? But what protecting that soft spot on the lower belly there? Nothing. Must remind to keep Trucy away from the small round fish. Aren't porcupine... Wait, porcupine fish has some needles under them too. Isn't porcupine fish like venomous though? That's the thing. They are? Alright. They didn't even make us look at this. Well, what do we have here? Looks like a person thinking about something. Maybe they're worried? Like, what should I have supper? A hot dog or a hamburger? Apollo, I recommend you choose a hamburger, because you do not want to have glizzy. You know, I always wonder about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meal or same thing? Maybe that's what this person is thinking about. One must have been work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finishing part. That is weird. Okay, so there's a door. Let's click on the door so we can get the fuck out of here. No clues here. Let's take a look at this desk here. Oh, it's a family portrait. Is this Drew Misham? And this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close, a happy little family. Until you arrest his daughter. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Scientifically speaking is wild. Right. Let's see. Fuck, what was this one called? Something about this way that figure is posed. I seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See? You're the one making the flamboyant gesture. Please, I am a professional. I wonder why is it posed like that coincidentally. I feel like that might be very important. Hey Apollo, what's this feather thingy? Isn't that a pen, like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy in the end. That was most likely from the sweeping Dexterous off the desk. Oh, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what's that about was bold or scientific. So it's just a fucking duster then. It's a book though. Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write the single line. You had me going for a while there. Not important. But these are insane. No artist would actually has this types. What? What is all this equipment here for? It doesn't look like very artistic, really. He had everything in length to the laser cutter. Looks like he was ready for work on metals and wood too. Though his equipment is a bit old to tell the truth. Yeah, like he has his own little personalized crane over there. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I say, he hasn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I wanted to cut a quarter in half to make a Trek coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy. But these cost like 50 bucks at a magic shop. 50 bucks. Like he has a Microsoft everything. Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Oh, he's sorting it detail by detail. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagram. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter needs a drafting table? Was he an architect too? Artists do need the drafting table too. Like all of it to line it up and try to make it symmetrical. Some artists rather to do it symmetry. It's just better though. A symmetrical art is just feels very good though. Look at all these paints, Apollo. There are so many. He got like 20 kinds of red. We could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shades of green? That would be enough of that, thanks. I mean, artists will have a certain type of painting, certain type of color though. If it matches, you can't always gonna rely on the just only red and red only to make it look good. It looks more better if it's like more lighter or darker, Trucy. That letterbox looks funny, sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letter is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Misham would put his letter in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still write the letters to this day in age. Oh, writer. What's that painting over there behind it? Hey, there's a painting hidden behind here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow if he didn't want anyone to see it? You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Huh? It's so normal. Wait a minute. That's hardly something to get mad about. Uh-oh. Yeah, I see something. Apollo. Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. I better get a professional opinion on this. It's a Fonda Drew studio, notable for the large plum in the foreground. Is this... Oh, wait a minute. Is this gonna be a forge? It's a... So we got the real evidence and the forged evidence. I'm starting to see it now. Okay. Nothing going on there. You can't even look up. Hey Apollo, this painting, I know it. Huh? Really? It's the story where the old lady is doing the washing the river, and this giant giant peach coming floating on down. Plum? Alright, no, I look, I corrected myself. It was peach, not I corrected myself, alright? Relax. And this giant peach comes floating on down. That might be a possibility, the strangest thing I have ever heard. Bro, Apollo, you're uncultured. If you not know Peach Boy, bro. I mean, isn't this place take place in Japan though? Well, for the localization for English is actually Los Angeles, so I guess probably not. Ah, the victim's coffee mug. Yeah, the thing is that shit was glowing for some reason. And there's some lips on it. Aha! So the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poison mug of coffee. I would hope so. Poisoned coffee. Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in this coffee. What? You have to figure it out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all. A victim's last cup of coffee. The side of a cup reads Miss Ham. What is that on it? Let me spill it. It says Miss Ham. Hey, look, there. It's a stain that doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be a Blue Mountain stuff that we've been heard about. Blue Mountain coffee. I never drink Blue Mountain coffee. I mean, I don't drink coffee in general most of the time, but the only coffee I drink is like extra sugary. It's more like a sweet coffee. That's what it is. I never drink Blue Mountain coffee. I never drink the black coffee. Like, I tried it, but it's just like not it, bro. I need some sugar in my body because I am a sweet tooth after all. Something tells me that even a Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, this stain is probably... better ask Emma about that. And this coffee? I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guest? Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found in that cup, so the killer was after Drew Miss Ham alone. I think that's about it. I think so. Kind of look everywhere. Oh wait. Let's take a look at closer at this desk. Or not. It's a strange area. Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue residue on the rim. That's, well, yes, it's just a rumor. But if I heard there's some kind of blue coffee called Blue Mountain, okay. Okay. I'm pretty sure it wasn't actually blue, Emma. I don't think, is Blue Mountain, What does Blue Mountain looks like? Blue Mountain coffee. You know what? I mean, I don't drink coffee, but I might try Blue Mountain coffee though. Right. Okay, you got me. That left over from my testing spray. Forensic science. I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. It's my profession. And also, yes, that is my hobby too. Sometimes I ever check something just for fun. Place my fingerprints onto something and then use some aluminum powder and then blow it. Alright, it's just fun. Leave me alone. Don't you have school to go to, Chusey? So what kind of scientific stuff you were up to? This spray, that's what is termed blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug. That's right, see? It wasn't the coffee. The killer applied it onto the rim of the mug itself. But what are the odds of him, if that's the case, then what are the odds for Miss Ham actually his mouth landed on that certain spot though? Wow, science is amazing. It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma will be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up. I'm not glazing her, hell no. They say flattery will get you anywhere. That's called glazing, Trucy. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. Oh yeah, about this. Oh Emma, I was wondering about this painting here. That one was about, what about it? What about it? Yeah, what about it, Apollo? Trucy, can you tell the difference between the painting I showed her and to the painting on the right? Take a closer look, both of you. Now look at this one. This is the third painting he was working on. Hey, they are the same. I was hoping you wouldn't find that. You're right though. Drew Miss Ham was copying this painting. Wow, it's pretty good. Copying a painting? What for? Oh no, don't tell me. He forging? Kind of bit of... I thought it was like, this is a forging evidence. Actually, yeah, I'm thinking that way too. Alright, take me to the forensic science you speak of, Emma. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you anywhere with her, Apollo. She likes to be glazed. Huh? What are you whispering to about? Someone's gonna get that text out of context. I'm gonna be honest with you. Well, I was thinking. I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at the crime scene? What is that we always do, scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get, scientific now, actually? Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Starting off with this potential forged evidence. Okay, maybe not. There is a pale blue residue. Oh. Do I have to talk to her again? Or like in the same area? About the poison analysis. I was afraid that you were going to ask me about that. See, the solution is used for tests for atroquinine. Atroquinine. Quinine. Atroquinine. The deadly poison found in an autopsy. Uh-oh. I know that spark in her eye. She's getting excited. Best thread lightly. One of the most virulent poison, but is absorbed into a body astronomically, astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effect to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown that it's fine, really. We don't need all of the gory detail. I think I get it. You just need to spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Pretty please? Alright, just don't put that shit in your mouth though. Cause sometimes you will be a type of person who would do so. Cause I won't be too surprised if she did. You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yeah, let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Ah, damn, sprayed my ass, bro. What are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction out of you. How is that a reaction? Never to do that again. I'm not poisonous. You know, actually, truthfully, I want that so I can spray some toxic people in my life. That will be very useful. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. That actually would be very useful. Let's just get down and check in the real poison in this, shall we? Okay, nothing here, nothing here. Where? Spray detected. Where? Spray detection rearrange. It says somewhere here. Something blue. Spray detection regiment. It's not here. Damn, Emma, your fucking spray is just endless, so I can keep spraying all I want. I don't know how much a spray costs though. Something. Boop. 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 Am I not seeing shit? Like, am I tweaking? Like, I'm spraying. Where's it at? Where's it at? I know it's somewhere. Too bad, no reaction there. I'm sure Emma checked all the likely spot. Wait a second. What is that, Apollo? Did you spray a little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't react that far, you know. Let's check it out, just to be sure. Whoa, 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 I see something. There it is. Eek! A reaction, Apollo. Oh, where? Where? The inside of that cute little frame. Look. Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that, I was the one who found it. A frame measuring 2 inches by 2 inches bear traces of deadly poison, atroquinine. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? Looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. Well, I was wondering if you come take a look at this. Look, I'm a detective. Detective. Really? She doesn't want to see it? Okay. I wonder why there's a poison on this tiny frame. Very strange indeed. Wait, I know. I bet it was poison from the time he bought it. Haven't you heard of some kind of green painting being toxic? I don't think they sell that kind anymore. And the poison in it was atroquinine anyway. A tiny mysterious poison frame. Oh, I guess that's about it then. Bye, Emma. Oh yeah, I forgot about Valant. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Isn't that true that the Grimmery miracle is back after 7 years' absence? Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This shows, as this honor should have been says. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Grimmery. If that terrible thing haven't, it's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valant Grimmery, would have been proud to stand upon this stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valant. You know, I'm happy that you're doing the show. To think that we're going to see a magic Magnifi illusion again. She's really looking forward to this, isn't she? My mentor, the magnificent Magnifi Grimmery, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to the magic and illusion that defy our very imagination. I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his show. He did the wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped off to the outer space faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Grimmery Troop's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless person, who speak the nameless masses, how could I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard the magic known as law, which govern our land. I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnifi miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented for 7 years, but no more. 7 years? That phrase that sounds like popped up, doesn't it? And why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. Performance rights, huh? Can you tell us about this performance rights? Magnifi magic relied on an incredible annotation idea, a trick if you will. That trick was considered his property. As such, was protected by property law. Intellectual, property maybe. Magnifi knew this and being benequeteth it is in his will to one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zach Grimmery was an inheritor of the Grimmery miracle. Daddy? Yet As you well know, he's gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where this story's going. Once a person is classified for a certain period of time, they are considered legally deceased, right? Correct? All the absoluteness, those rolled up sleeve concealed your competence as well, young man. That certain period of time, of which you speak, is 7 years. Ah. Yes, Miss Trucy. Though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time your father was legally declared deceased in the absence of formal will. Even though he was actually deceased anyway, so I guess it wouldn't make much any difference though anyway. The secret of a mighty mentor Magnifi passed to me. This was in fact stipulated in the will of Magnifi himself. That's right, because Magnifi doesn't have a child of his own, or anyone to pass down for a generation. So when you don't have a kids or wife, or anyone you're close to, like your family, to pass it down, you can give it to your closest person, like your closest friend or something, if you don't have a kids of your own. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He declared missing permanently. Daddy. I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Aha! Why, that bears the Gremory seal. Uncle Valant? Is something wrong? Trucy, where did you get this? Huh? Daddy gave it to me. Your daddy? My partner Zach Gremory? No, my other daddy. Phoenix, right? Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy? Lord Daddy? That's kind of a stretching the whole heretics thing a bit. This signature upon the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Gremory. What? Daddy signed this? Might I be so bold as to say to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What is this envelope, I wonder? A challenge, is it? You want me to make this thing disappear? Very well, give it to me. No thanks. Are all magicians like this, Apollo? What's that look just now? I was thinking how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. Oh. He saw it and then gets very concerned. Okay, so he only knows those things. Can I go inside? No, I can't. Hey, look, the honey badger's still there. Hey, it's that creature there. He was handing out balloons during our last case, too. He's not a creature, Apollo. Poor guy. Oh, sorry. Was I mean somehow? You know it's hot it is inside in those suits. He's stuck in there with only a smell of his own sweat to keep him company. On the verge of passing out, he hands out each balloon and thought that it was his last. Kind of takes the fun out of seeing the blue badger. That's actually insane. They have changed the sign since our last case. It was all Gaviners back then, wasn't it? I hope nothing bizarre and mysterious happened this time. But it shall. Why? The show itself will be bizarre and mysterious, I assure you, because I am here. Ha 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 ha. I do not sound like All Might. I don't have a problem with the mysterious as long as it's legal. I don't think lawyers and magicians were really meant to have conversation like this. Nope. Air balloon. Look, Apollo, a balloon. A hot air balloon. With the Grammar seals on it, no less. Well, this is a long-awaited revival after all. It has been several years, you know. I spent plenty of time and plenty penny on promotion. I hope it's a success, Uncle Valant. Oh, I intended for it, nonetheless, I assure you. They both sure seem excited about it. I guess it's a big deal for magicians. So watch out, it's like the entire magicians as take a spectator. You know, I thought this is at this time of the Gavner concert too, but this Coliseum is just way too big. It's huge. It got a big sounding name too, Sunshine Coliseum, was it? Would you like to hear what the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be? What, really? Yeah. The grand finale will be nothing other than... Don't tell me you're going to make the Coliseum disappear, right? Oh shit. It looks like I was right. Apollo, I can't believe you use your power of perception on something like this. It was just a wild guess, really. I don't know what you want me to do with it then. Fuck, you got me. I got his ass. What really is it inside? Handwritten. Hey, look at here. It's a handwritten signature. It says... I can't read cursive, bro. Really? I mean, I can read cursive a little bit. It's just sometimes I can't read it though. I ain't gonna lie. It seems too odd for me. I mean, it's not a signature intended to show ownership. What's with the use if no one can read it? Isn't it enough if you can read your own though? Oh, I never thought of it that way. Something like... From what I'm seeing, it looks like WR. Or nothing. That Grammy for $70, bro. Must be nice. Are you ready, Apollo? Ready for what? For what? For a Tropy Grammary Grand Magic show. It's not like I'm getting up on the stage or anything. What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on the stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. Huh? You mean I can't go in this? No? Doesn't get more straightforward than that. He's gonna give me a fucking magic dress. Her spare. I mean, Apollo does low-key look like a fucking a magician without the top hat and anything. His suit kind of does fit well as a magician. Just really, what is this? I mean, we don't go places to places that often. Alright, we gotta go back to the detention center. Okay. Ah. You're here to see Vera Misham. Yes, that's right. She's in a medical office at the moment. Medical office? Is she okay? She's just lying down. Says she didn't feel so good. Sorry, but I can't allow any meeting at the moment. Most annoying client ever. We just only met her twice. This is gonna be our second meeting. How could you be already annoyed from her? But you have so much patience for others, huh? Like Walkie Sloshy. For example, Stickler. I love how the fact Apollo has so much patience for Walkie Sloshy, but not for Vera Misham. Alright. We'll see her again then. Does she know about this? What else to do though? Like, I got everything. Is there more like I'm missing? Oh shit, how did I not see this? This envelope has been opened and resealed. Oh, I wonder how to do that. You take the pot of boiling water, hold the envelope up on the steam. The glue and melt and it open. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? This postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a letter and then seal it again? I better hang on to this. Found in the victim, this drawer appears to have been opened once and resealed. What is it though? Paulo, look, it's been opened once here. You're right. I wonder if there's some ways we can see what is inside. I should try to get it open and then stick it back in. Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? Well, I have got a better idea. Emma, let's ask her. Hey Emma, we got you something about the red envelope. Also, red envelope is kind of a bit scary though. Cause who even gives you a red envelope? Cause normally in real life you're always gonna have like a white envelope or a brown envelope, but red envelope is just like kind of very suspicious though. Cause to be honest, I never seen a red envelope in real life though. Oops, I need to present it to her. Emma, about this. Oh, that's yes. Why would there's a bright? Why that's a bright red envelope? She is sure is jumpy. Someone opened it, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Huh? Your lips are sealed? That's the first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it. After all. Ah, you mean you're the one who ripped this open? Ha, please. I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it apparently. You know, that's how I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes. The use of tool. Highly specialized tool for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open up big doors. I'm not glazing her, woman. Never heard of that, but it's a good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called X-ray analyzer. X-ray? Like an X-ray you get at the dentist? That's right, at least is what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Something, how am I supposed to remember all that? So basically it lets you see inside things, like envelopes? That's right, you're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that, in practice of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma, please? I feel like Trucy is just more useful when it comes to forensic science than Emma. Because Emma just explained it to us, but she just doesn't do the work for herself though. Oh, I suppose. Of course, I already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo. Yeah, what are you doing? What? Oh, just seeing if it can work through your hair. But it's like lead. Point to that thing at me anymore and it might all fall out. Oh yeah, cause X-ray can cause radiation though. Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to the business, shall we? She's giving me She's giving me radiation poisoning. I won't be too surprised if she did though, cause Trucy always Use me as a guinea pig. Right, let's test out on the sample first. It just so happened that I have a lottery ticket here. Is this... You set the sample in the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience, there, no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen, that the layer view of the envelope. The layer view? You gotta set it to the display outside of the envelope now, see? Actually, it's quite quicker if you have to give it a try. Turn that dial there for me. Would you? Move it, right? That's right. And that's how you want to choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something. See? That's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheer paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you can see a bunch of hills and valleys. Oh, really? This X-ray device uses a beam to wavelength of 0.05 microns. It breaks the cards down into thin layers, so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit if you would. Rubbing? Like going over the image with the L, B while holding A? There, that fixes the image on the screen. Now turn the dial again a little more. I'm seeing something, it's like 0016. Good, now you can rub this image to fix it. Hey, I get it. We just have to keep doing it until we get the whole number thing. Exactly, not bad. Neat, let's do some more. She said, try again. Oh, that's actually pretty nice though. Okay, let's print this out. Damn, that's tough. Emma. Does this mean I had to buy another one to win? Well, it's Emma's ticket. Let her buy another one. It's okay, there's no need. But see, this is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now let's try this out. A real thing, huh? Well, at least she can take a L. Quite well though, at least. Alright. Wait, hold on. Ooh, that does not feel right. Oh no, I'll be right back for a moment. And I'm back, baby. We back, baby. Alright. Put it on. Oops. Alright. So I just had to go to the bathroom for a moment though. Even though it kind of took 5 minutes though. Yeah, that's all. Alright. We're not gonna get too much detail into it. Oops. It's like something written. Like, it's something written in cursive, what I'm seeing though. Oops. To draw mishap. Oops. I deposit 100,000 K in the designated account. Please send something. Please send a receipt for once you confirm the transfer. Okay, let's print this one out. Mishap, I deposit 100K in the designated account. Please send the receipt once you confirm the transfer. Someone deposited 100K into Mr. Misham account. His painting must be very valuable. There's another page in there too. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, might as well read it all. Here goes the second page then. Oh, I guess we're gonna do another one. Scanning, scanning, scanning. Just speed run it then. And let's print it out. Sign the paper and send in the enclosed envelope and an enclosed stamp with 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. Don't worry. Whoever wrote that letter, someone will find a way to get into it. So it's a letter about the payment for one of his painting. Why all the secrecy though? And what? Why was this letter the only one here? It was 7 years old, right? Maybe it has some special significance to him? Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows something that she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. So Emma, I was wondering. I love how she just fade back. She didn't even like go one frame. No, it just fade her eating to just standing still. So Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for the story of the night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I never forget the face, but what was his name? Oh, right. Brusho? He's after a scoop to sell this to the paper. So the reporters come for an interview with the painter. He's the first interview ever, and that night he killed seems strange to you? Real strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He says something about covering a magician. A magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, that only leaves only one other person. It wasn't Valent Grimmery by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He got some big shows lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Valent Grimmery. Looks like I'll be hitting out that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Spark Brusho, freelance journalist. Alright, thank you, and bye-bye. Unless do I have to show her something. Okay, yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. But we just did the X-ray detection thing. Oh, right, sorry. So we had to go back to him. So a journalist was here on the story. All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pen seeks to commit is mysterious to paper. His name was Brusho? Brusho. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brusho. That cloying smell of sin when he smiled, yes. He used Chlorgates. Could you tell us more about him? What did he want? He's like, Brusho, put that away. I care not to see it ever again. He really didn't like that guy, did he? Let's ask why, Apollo. He was like, put that away. I do not want to see him again. Ever. I feel like Valant has some beef with Brusho. Alright, what is about Mr. Brusho, the journalist? A man by the name called on me just now. Just now? Valant's vision is always towards tomorrow. Valant's feet steps always steps forward. Valant's feet steps always forward. Okay, that's some... I don't know. That is all. I mean, I can't be talking. My grammar is so shit. That's all? Very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes. I want someone to cover it. Yet, he had ears only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I request that the rapturous reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Grimoire. Uncle Valant, do you know where the reporter went? I recommend he visit at a place that's popular with penalized perpetrators. The detention center? He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. He would tear apart my respectability. I will tear apart him. Look, damn, that was supposed to be for evidence. He destroyed it. Exactly, bro. He destroyed our shit. Oh, here comes Apollo. Uncle Valant's big magic trick. Is he going to fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as a big magic. He's not. He's not fixing it. What happened to the big magic? Oh. That was not a magic. It is not more than a miraculous, for it is to stay ripped. He must have really not liked that journalist. Now, the time has come when I must return to make my prestigious... Huh? Hold up. Prestidigitation. Prestidigitation. Prestidigitation preparations. By your leave, Miss Juicy. Thanks, Uncle Valant. 3 days from now, make ready for the miracle. Well, he didn't try to disappear. What do you think that journal was after? And why did Valant react to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. It is very suspicious, though. Actually, quite concerning. He destroyed that shit, bro. Okay, so when he destroyed it, we lost that evidence then. October Detention Center visitor room. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money. End quote. No, not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter? What the fuck is that? He's like, oh my god, what the fuck? Hey there, how you doing? Who you might be? From what I'm looking, he looks like he would have some nerdy voice. It's like, hi there, how you doing? Who might you be? Ew. I guess so. I might give him that voice then. Hi. Oh shit. Hey there, how y'all doing? Who might you be? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You? You're a justice. You? Oh my god. Bro, well at least he has a good oral hygiene though. Cause look at that shit is pearly white. You're justice. You? I can't, bro. Well, at least he has a good oral hygiene. You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stare down a witness on the stand till they spill beans. End quote. That's not true. Yes, that is true. He just likes to look naughty. It's like, that's not true. Yes, it is. That is true. I'm just analyzing you. And I actually speculate it is you. The voice is actually true. And he's also writing in his arm, though. Like, he doesn't even have a notepad, though. Well, I mean, he does look sloppy, though. I mean, look at the tie. Cannot take it seriously with him nodding his head so rapidly fast. Are you a reporter by any chance? Who? Woo, you're Tracy. Or Trucy, my fault. Hey, I'm famous? Oh yeah. Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties. End quote. Oh, it's a good thing Stickler's in solitary confinement, otherwise he would have heard. Do I hear panties? No, shut the fuck up, Stickler. Eek! That is so not true. Yes, it is. Just nodding his head. Just hold on your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So guards, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding a room is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I got work to do. You deal with him. You deal with me later. Ha. Cannot. Did you came here to interview the guard? Ooh wee, what a pickle. I cannot take him seriously with that smiling gum. Bro, his gum is sticking out. Accused wouldn't talk. Had to interview someone or go plumb crazy. End quote. Huh? Oh, it's Vera. I should have guessed. Where's my manners? Name Brusho. Spark Brusho. I'm not picky. Journalist. Just close eyes writes. End quote. What is this nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grin? Well, Apollo, he has a toothbrush on his fucking left pocket, chest pocket, so at least he has priority on the oral hygiene. But all I can say that I know his dentist will be so happy to see him though, because he's doing all the work for them though. All they need is check his teeth and everything is like, alright, you're good. Easy work, my life. Until you have been interviewed by me, You don't know what Sterling is. Wild rump through the crossroad of mayhem, madness, end quote. I can see that. You see that clearly, huh? You get it. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. Oh, no. No, I did not need to see that. Him looking like, oh. Look at him. He's like, oh. You want to talk to me something, Mr. Justice? So, Mr. Bushido, you're a journalist? Me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes? I am an interviewer, you understand, yeah? I am the one asking the questions here, end quote. Okay. For instance, I love the fact that his hair also looked like a fucking toothbrush too. You think a motor directors watch this movie? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly. I know what you understand. Huh? So, the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio? Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record. Yes? I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy. Real busy. Always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way ticket. Never look back. End quote. Okay. Cannot take it seriously with his voice. Brusho. I can understand that philosophy, but... You want to know the thing about one-way ticket? Once you use them, they're gone. All because you had to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough. But don't they give a normal tickets away too? Exactly. See, it's the same thing. What is? Sigh. Hey, Brusho, did you know that I am a lawyer? And also, I kind of want you to use your fucking toothbrush to make it more shiny. Alright, let me go on the record here. Yes? I know what you're going to say. Brusho, take this. Write brilliant column. End quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing. And that's food. Try to understand. Well, what could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to the word I said. Oh no, he's showing his grin teeth again. I cannot, bro. It's just... I don't know, sometimes his grin teeth is just... Him grinning is just kind of low-key disturbing. Hey, guard, bro. I'm so sorry you had to deal with this before we came here. The same old security guard glaring at us. He winked. Maybe he's not such a bad guy after all. He winking at us because he was like, he's your problem now, not my problem. I guess I can see that though. The interview. So you went to do the story on Drew Mayfield? Misham? And he never had a story done about him before. That's right. Look, let me one thing for the record here. Oh! He just before I clicked. What? I'm sure you're going to know what about my source. Hold on, just let me brush my bald spots to make it more shiny and more minty. Just I kind of miss some spots. Yeah, you know you do not want to have some dandruff on your head though. It's gonna be very itchy. What tips me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place? Oh yes. Look, it's like, oh, I got it. Says there's a burger joint in the fabulous ketchup. You think that burger guys is going to tell me where he got it? Oh! At the supermarket, maybe? Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I think I might have an actual... actually understood that one.
Well, there's nothing I could talk about really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass wall with speakers. End quote.
Right. Guess we'll leave then.
But since you're here, might as well tell you the tidbit of news I saw.
Can you like this?
Hmm?
Can you like this?
Mm-hmm.
This.
Oh, you become... Alright, Mimi.
Bye bye. Peace home.
Sorry, Mimi was here for a bit, showing me her costume for Halloween.
Might as well I tell you a tidbit I just saw. Just a heck of it.
Sure, tell us. What's the heck of it?
I remember it was like yesterday. I seen the movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup when an article in a tabloid caught my eye. A famous oil painting stolen from an art dealer gallery. End quote, I believe it was.
What was that? What the fuck did you just do to your nose?
An oil painting? It happens every day, right?
I do not like that. That is disturbing.
But I thought I seen a painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down the river.
What? Yo. No, I saw that, bro. Why? His nose gets larger every time. That's actually pretty funny, though. You gotta fucking root out the red-nosed reindeer and his nose gets bigger when he smells. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach.
Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers. End quote.
Oh! Is this what he's referring to?
Right. Let me go on a record here.
I know what you're gonna say.
Bushido, take this. Write this Berlin column.
Okay, so he does not... I'm showing it.
Alright.
Oh, okay. It's not this one. Okay, so it's not this one either. Am I supposed to show him some evidence to update it? Okay, so it's not this. It's not the fucking badge. It's not that. What kind of art is he referring to? Is it this one? It's not this. It's not the red. It's not the mug. Do I have to just fucking leave then? Okay, so I have to come back here then. Juice Studio. Well, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. Well, what's with the scary face you're making? And what's with the I know something but I'm not gonna tell the face you're going, Emma? Emma, I was wondering. I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. What do you think? Drew mishap. Forger? A forger? Emma, what's this about painting? Oh, that quite good, isn't it? I fucking knew it. Hey, yo, this theme kind of go. The background song kind of go hard though. Okay, he does not know anything. Back to the detention center, I guess. So he was the forger. There it goes. Brush your. Oh! God damn it. So I had to come back here then. About this painting behind the dresser. What do you think? Jumitsu was a forger. A forger? Do I have to go back to the... Do I have to go back to Phoenix and present him something? Am I missing something? Cause like I feel like I'm being out of place. What am I missing? Oh, up there. So what exactly is a forger? Well, basically it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in another word. Fakes? Copy of original. Exact copies. So precise you can't tell them apart. So, why not just photocopy them? The bigger the problem with the forgeries is that people trying to sell them as the real article. It's crime, of course. So, Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries to supplement his work in illustration, I guess. Let's see. Actually, that's why I bought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you try to determine if the painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. Oh shit. So the rough sketch is like a practice for the real time. Like doing magic trick in front of the mirrors before you go on stage. But not in the case of forgery, not necessarily anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I bought this. I guess I'm going to use it to see the underneath painting finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really needed to go such a length, seeing as how one of the painting was only half finished anyway. Still, it would be neat to see Mr. Mishav's rough sketches. Kinda like he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True, that would be very interesting. Maybe valuable of our case. We should try butter her up again. Try glaze her again, Apollo. Flatter her will get you anywhere, they says. Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. I kind of want to see the rough sketch under this painting. And I was wondering if your tool might do the trick. Oh, fine, just this time though. Let's check it out. Alright. What happened if I pick this? What is that? Is that a frowning face? Is that? Okay, let's print this out. This looks like a Ikaku ramen. What? What the heck? Wow, he really blows. He finished the painting isn't anything like the rough. Device like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing wanted to do on the draft. What do you mean? Well, in the past you could only analyze the composition of the rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. You can tell if there's been a rough sketch. But that's not what it looks like. I think I follow you. So in essential, it wouldn't matter if what's underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint the outer rough sketch entirely, then do the complete new painting on top of that. So Mr. Mishap was dreaming whatever he wants before painting over them. Possibly. Is that the problem? Is there any problem with that? Not particularly. But something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think we could check out another painting? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? Oh, what's the other one? Minazuki. Alright, what's this one? These these look quite familiar. Okay, let's print this. This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me. Knock yourself out. That's... Wait a minute. I'm starting to see something here. So the first on the left would possibly like supposed to be referring to the first case. The second one is supposed to be with the ramen stand, which is most likely referring to the second case. And let me guess, I'm starting to think the last one, on the right, most likely be the recent case I finished, which is the third case. Turnabout Serenity. Who is this supposed to be? Because something is quite suspicious. What is going on here? Oh, yeah. These rough drafts are referring to from the previous case. I see it now. Because you got the first choice on the left was supposed to be the first case. Then the middle one is supposed to be the second case. And the third is supposed to be the third case. This is kind of a bit scary though. It's like referring to all of these. What the heck is all of this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure? Your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Trucy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? Yeah, I'm seeing it. Ah, there. Now you both write as the sheet. What's going on? These sketches are the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired by the Governor's concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why? That's what I wanted to know. It's no coincidence at this point, because it means that someone is, whoever it is telling him to draw these, or just a rough draft, it means that he's been watching us. Because there's no coincidence at this point. If it's like the first one, okay, it makes sense. Second one, dead man noodle shop, and then and Gavin's guitar being on flames in the tower. Yeah, there's no coincidence. Someone's watching us. Is Drew Misham your father? Give me a break. Does that seem remotely possible to you? We don't have any bare resemblance to each other. I never heard of any Drew Misham before. I haven't seen a picture of him. But they were in my case drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. It isn't. Just who was this Drew Misham, and what he had to do with me? Interesting though. Yep. Continue on. It's actually quite concerning though, actually. Defendant lobby number 6. Good morning. So you're Vero, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy writes. That's right with the dub. But not with the right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything, please. Good morning. She speaks. Not bad. But I think you can do better with a smile, you know? You're so pretty, you need to sell yourself, you know? That's a poor choice of word when it comes to a current year though. Or today's society. Is that you need to sell yourself. What, like OnlyFans? Hell no. Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. I mean, Vera is... What's she writing? 19? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's best than she doesn't. Take that. Thank you for taking my case. Well, she's not smiling. Well, I guess drawing makes her smiling on the inside, though. Ain't nothing to smile about, I guess. Okay, well, that's the start, I guess. There goes with the nail polish again. Even though that shit is gonna be very crucial in this story. I feel like that's gonna be a very crucial. That's great. Really, it's so cultured. Want to try? Oh, really? Girls. At least it didn't say it's like, ha 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 ha, women. The victim Drew Mishap was a forger. And the thing is like when he say that, it's like he probably like, haha, women. Kind of reminds me of that meme though. Sipping a coffee and shit. And a stolen painting was found in the studio. A life of crime, really. And maybe one that led to his death. Also, what is up with his eye? Holy shit. It's like kind of baggy though. It's like scribbled. Maybe one that leads to his death. October 8th, 10 a.m. District Court. Number 3. Actually, I just realized we haven't seen Gavin until the trial. Whoa, we will know. Oh shit! Begin with a trial of Vera Misham? Is the judge okay? No, he's just having a dementia episode or a mini stroke. His voice is all raspy and looking around nervous like. Oh. The repercussion of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is the trial of the jury system, and the first step towards a new orders in our courts. Daddy's secret mission. The jurors will function like jury. It is hoped that inclusion will help the courts to be better to reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurors in the courtroom? 3 cases circuits cameras watch this courtroom at all time. The jurors have the access to everything that transpires. Jurors, Judge Well and Judge Cool. Now, see here, Prosecution Gavin. I was going to say that. My apologies, Her Judge. Ahem, jurors today, Judge today, trial Coolio. Coolio. If you would be so kind. The jurors are unbound by the letters of the law. They don't affect the trials with evidence, but by their feelings. They are worried about finding out what effects they're going to have. Very well, Prosecution Gavin. The detail of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter Drew Masham, was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned by whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham. There wasn't any poison in that coffee. Actu. Someone has been doing with their homework. Indeed, the poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug? Residue was found in the rim, I see. The autopsy report described the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. Death by atroquinine. Atroquinine poisoning. Estimated time of death 9 to 9:30 p.m. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroquinine poison, a chemical compound that does not occur naturally. A lethal dose of 0.002 milligram. A touch of atroquinine in the body is a touch of the Reaper's sight. Is that actually a real thing? A real chemical? I feel like atroquinine is probably like referenced before. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness. I have for you today's simple demand for the simple case, a man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation.
No. Right. Well, for starters, my name is BlacBushido. My job is a lone observer of the world.
That's a funny ass name. And in other words, a freelance journalist, right?
If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record.
Yes, Mr. Brussel?
I dislike conclusion, specifically an aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconception makes a park sandbox of an endless desert waste. End quote. You like that? You like that quote? I know that sounds pretty good.
Oh! But you're a journalist. You said to yourself yesterday.
Wow, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today, a man with a dream. I have a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoot turns Mr. Brusho into that Mr. Brusho. End quote. You see, that works well because I am that guy.
Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. The journalist story.
I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outside to enter the ulterior. The Adler? the journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we start. And you know what happens next? Stars fall, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time.
That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him.
What? What are you saying, Yach?
Ahem. Need I remind you the cameras are rolling today? I felt that needs to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you?
Me do a thing like that? Come on.
I think he's supposed to say that very quick.
Me do a thing like that? Come on. That's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporarily witch hunt, end quote. I know a wild accusation rocks courtroom, end quote.
Rock indeed. Prosecutioner Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. Well, I mean, it's Brusho. I ain't gonna lie, I kind of do have fun voicing Brusho though. I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please.
You're gonna cross-examining me, Mr. Justice? I mean, I'll do it very slowly. Just don't cross me over.
9 o'clock at night. Isn't that a little late for an interview?
If the great painter Drew Misham says come at 9 o'clock, believe you me, I'd go at 9 o'clock. The first as it turns out, the last interview with such a prolific painter.
Right. Can you tell us about what it was like when you arrived?
The first outsider to enter the Adler, journalistic history made, end quote.
Why always... You were the first reporter to ever in Drew's studio?
Posterity will look back on the night as turning point in a journalistic history, a basically insignificant step for all mankind, a giant step for that Brusho guy, end quote.
If no one has ever been out, if no one's on the outside ever have access to the studio, then it will serve the reason that the deed was done by the insider, by which he means Vera did it. So, how did this epoch-making interview go?
His daughter brought us coffee right after we start.
Would you mind to be a little more specific?
Ooh wee, let me tell you, I enjoyed the cuppa.
Cuppa? I never heard anyone call a cup of coffee cuppa. Cappuccino like that?
In fact, it all begins when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait, 4th, that's not what I meant. I believe I know what her forehead is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touched it? Right, that's... Ooh. This guy looks horrendous. He kind of does, but at least he has a good oral hygiene though. Right, that's what I was going to say, really. Well now, if you got a question to ask, you best straight up ask it. That's why I tell all the recruits several times if necessary. Right for the grade schoolers. That's my motto. Which isn't to say shit. Right school level stuff, mind you.
Who touched the coffee?
Don't know. I was in the back looking at the studio equipment when she served it.
That's right, he was there. He was looking at it. And what happens next?
And you know what happened next? Stars fall. End quote.
I mean, we do have so many characters. I might as well grow out the beard. I might as well grow out the beard and then shave. And aftershave is not doing him justice. He would look well if he actually shaved his beard. Oh, hell no. Don't tell me you're referring to that Mr. Egghead. What's this about star falling? Starfall, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money over.
Zowie, you don't know. That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away. A star falls. Get it?
A man just died in the studio, Brusho. But there's no gravity in space, is there? Trucy, a man just died in the studio. I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter?
Oh boy, this is good stuff. Good stuff. How about a star breaks? Nah, lack punch.
I mean,
Oh, I know. Stars die. Nah, lack imagination. Of course, you can go with Drew dies straight to the point. I like it.
that doesn't even make it better. I think we need to hear the moment a little more about the something a little more substantial. The moment of the death or Star Coffee? You say Mr. Misha has a coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee?
Of course, he who sees it wins, but he who sees it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees a dog eat dog and writes about it world yet.
Yet?
I guess I can't say I saw him drink really. So he has one so-called sip of it. A man that puts lips to the mug's drink, end quote.
That poison is quite virulent, I hear.
My stomach did so-called somersault, since I gulped down the coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe there's something there. Some kind of so-called trick? Anyone wants to venture a guess for the record? You like... you would like that?
Does this guy has a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find the testimony valuable? Is it very valuable though? I don't know if it is. Yeah, that's very important then. The victim drinks his coffee, then immediately fell over.
Oh yes, you can go with a press with that one.
Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. Very well. The witness will add this to this testimony.
Vital, right. He had one sip and the next moment he was on the floor.
Okay. So either he took a sip or he didn't and then fell over.
Oh yes, ability just looked like that. Wham, bam.
So Mr. Misham drank the coffee and fell over immediately. I think Brusho's telling the truth too. Should I get to him talk to something about? So you drink the coffee that Vera served you too?
Of course. When did someone serve you a coffee, you drink it? That's what my old boss always used to say. Never did get what it meant by though.
But you're still alive, which is to say you didn't die.
Of course not. No point falling before you're a star. End quote.
That's not exactly what I was getting at. Whatever you're getting at then. You know the coffee was on the rim, not the coffee.
Oh yes. There are exactly 2 cups on the tray she brought. One with the cup that has Drew's signature painted on the side.
No chance the guest would take it by mistake, I guess. Well, Mr. Justice, was that testimony important? So Brusher drank the coffee too. It doesn't look like this is going to lead much. Very well, please continue with the testimony.
No one has entered besides her the whole time.
Can you say that for sure?
For sure? Sure. I'm sure. Her Drew studio isn't big place, kiddo.
It is. It actually isn't though. Surprisingly.
I know if it's someone else would come in.
What if they had a hiding there from there before? Even if someone has been hiding in the studio, they had hardly could have poisoned with a mug without anyone noticing.
You think I, BlacBushido, would miss something as obvious as that? No way.
Sure makes us sound exciting. I guess that's his job. There's only one moment we need to focus on, really. The moment when Drew Misha died. Exactly, there has to be something there. Daughter, you take one step, and next thing moment, he's on the floor. Gotcha. You know what I have problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atroquinine. Oh? Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dose of 0.002 milligram, paralyzed from the central nervous system. If you drank that, even if Mr. Justice would be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in the prosecution of Gavin information. An omission? And atroquinine is violent, as he say. Virulent. But death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atroquinine is a slow acting.
What?
According to one of our forensic science. It's one of the most virulent and poison, but is absorbed into a body astronomically slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes for the time, the ingestion for the adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment that Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have time to left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Oh my god! Oh, I don't like that body structure of his. Bro, look at that neck. Order. What is the meaning of this? What if the defendants say it's correct? Why? That contradicts the entire testimony we just heard. Well, Mr. BlacBushido, anything to say on that record?
Slow acting. SLOWACT. It was a violent, alright. Even then, it's already been begun digging into his claws into the journalist.
He's working on his scoop. Sigh. It's Brusho, yeah? Her Brusho. Take a trip back down the memory lane.
Huh?
Did the victim died the instant Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital.
You know what I'm thinking? I think that was not so subliminal suggestion. End quote.
I admit, it does cause a problem if he died when you said he died. I would be forced to say it out of Swedish then. I would have forced to say out Swedish then to my simple case. Out Widerstehen. No, out Widerstehen. Widerstehen. Out Widerstehen. Widersen, to my simple case, and you would be forced to say farewell to your article. That is true.
Come again?
You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drag on, another reporters would have picked up the scent, and you would be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Oh, scoop.
I'm having it anxious. Let me get another dose of my minty chlorgates. 9 out of 10% of the dentists will say yes. Except for that 1 out of 10 dentists who can go suck a dick for that. But, Scoop, look, wait, just wait a second. Just 1 second.
We're waiting. Out with it.
I think it's just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. A story, survival, end quote.
Attorney utterly confused, end quote. Yeah, I kind of understand. I know his feeling too.
Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I heard a poison that takes its sweet time, I see.
But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Brusho, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened?
You bet I am. The antidote for the poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say.
Huh. Cannot take him seriously when he made that look. Or I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say.
I figured it out, but only after the in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee.
Ew, I don't like this posture of his. His neck posture, bro. Holy shit. Order! As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. Ew, his posture. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Bro built like a fucking twig. As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony that Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank.
Of course, I'm standing by my testimony and my dream of exclusive rights to this story.
Ugh, I suppose it was too much to hope for. Well, what was? Of course, he wouldn't choose a simple case. Not him. Him? Phoenix Wright, who else? How does he know? Ah, sir, Herr Brusho, report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is critically trial of a jury system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will be testified to the court about what you noticed. What Brusho noticed.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seems to be writing a letter, but quickly sealed the envelope. I thought it was nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think of it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
A suicide note.
Yes, he had this look on his face. A man inscrutable. As a quadratic equation. Inscrutable. As quadratic equation. And quote.
Suicide. Poor Mr. Misham. But that means Vera's innocence. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of the interview? Oh. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk.
It's only 4 statements. Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham?
Well, his daughter Vera, of course.
Was anyone besides Mr. Misham and Vera present?
Not a single one. Not a cat, not a mouse, not a rat, and not even a mouse.
The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Brusho?
I know what you're doing. I know your game. Attorney used classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy. End quote.
What the hell is the Ramsden phenomenon ploy? Ramsden phenomenon ploy. Ploy or plot? Ramsden phenomenon. Pickering illusion. Oh, I don't even know what that means. Ploy. Alright, whatever. If you would attempt to suggest that this reporter is a suspect, I assure you will attempt to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we?
He seems to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope.
So he put the letter away when he saw you.
Early reporter gets worm, end quote. That's my secret.
I'm not sure I follow.
It was the night of the interview. I arrived 15 minutes ahead of the schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barged in.
He didn't even like say hello and just come right in until he allows you. You just like, he opened the door and then just like,
Hey, Miss Ham, can I hear the interview?
you just barged in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that like unlawful entry? We call that trespassing, Apollo.
Mr. Misham sure seems to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know that secret when I spot one, and that was one.
It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice? I wonder. Wait, he said yellow. Yellow envelope? Yeah, that's important. The defense find this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well. Please add it to the testimony then.
What? Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left in his crime scene. I thought nothing of it at the time.
It's quite interesting. And you saw him seal this yellow envelope with a letter?
Hey, don't look at me like that. I saw what I saw.
Apollo, you think this might be our big break? Yeah. What I need to show is some decisive evidence now. Which means that's the actual answer. You didn't think anything might be wrong at the time.
Hey, when I go for an interview, that's what I'm there for to do. The interview finds looking more effective than carrying, end quote.
What's all about now? Thinking back on it, do you sense anything strange in Mr. Misham and behavior?
Well, yeah. That's why I'm telling you all this to begin with.
Very well. Continue your testimony.
Now that I think about it, what if he's writing a suicide note?
Suicide note?
Well, yeah, don't quote me on anything. I'm just saying it's a possibility, you know.
So you didn't actually check the letter?
Of course not. It was sealed. Contents of can unknown until the can is open. End quote.
You can always check the label. Do you think Mr. Misham writing a suicide note? If he was, this would have solved this case in a jiffy. This kind of makes me wonder about that letter. Oh shit, I did not mean to. Oops. It's red. As it so happens, there is a single letter in the desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope.
Wow. Yeah.
That is actually disturbing, the way he did that to his tie. Prosecutioner Gavin. Yes. Was the yellow envelope found at the scene of crime? Unfortunately, no, but her forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess. But this is not the envelope. Well, you could, unless you have colorblind. But I don't know if you can actually colorblind with the red for yellow though. But this is not envelope. You see, it was postmarked already 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Brushel,
I can explain that. Drew, right? He wanted to get that letter to an envelope pronto. Get it out of my sight. My beady eye, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away.
Oh, And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say with the witness claim? That's right. That night, the victim put a letter that he had been writing in the red envelope. It's impossible. He can't. He doesn't have the time to do so. It's impossible because he can't, because once he was there, he had to put it away. Because there's a recipient as written on Drew Misham. Like, how could Drew possibly write a letter to himself, let alone a suicide note? Ah, I like your expression, so full of confidence. It's simple, really. As if it so happens, the defense team investigated the content of this envelope with the assistance of the forensic scientist. What? Note that the letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Ow. Why would he address the letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide to himself.
I have been scooped like an ice cream.
Order! 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 Mr. Brusho, can you explain this to the court?
Oh my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose it happened to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots. End quote.
I'm still waiting for the explanation, Mr. Brusho.
Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something.
Oh, his desk drawer?
Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamps. End quote.
Are they playing his theme? Yeah, they are. They're playing his theme. I kind of like that theme though. A stamp? Whatever for?
Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why yes, I think I saw him place it in the letter box. Yes, it was a yellow envelope and he put it in that box.
Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with the case. No, well, apparently the yellow letter has nothing to do with this case.
Oh, I wish I did.
Mr. Brusho, in my acknowledge, I am the fucking judge of this courtroom. So you be damned if you ever interrupt me again.
Just to think that if it were suicide note, what a story. Stars write suicide note in front of the reporter, falls. End quote.
Ahem. As I was saying, this has nothing to do with the case. Don't ever interrupt my statement. That's it. Yes, Your Honor. It makes me wonder about the content of that red envelope. What really is it? Oh, it's the statement. The cheery beat when we're reading these letters. 100K is quite a good deal of money. So this was from 17 years ago, yeah? Whatever happened to those money though, if you actually made it? Ooh, I smell something good. It's just like, I don't know if you can hear my sniffing though. Like,
ooh, I smell something good. So I'm finished here. I mean, am I finished here? Am I cooked? Because I feel like I'm absolutely cooked. Because I know the main character, Mr. Justice over here, is going to bring out some decisive evidence that's going to lead me to put up to the cellar. I was thinking of, going home to start writing.
how so?
Ooh, I smell something good.
I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of the story, you make that rather unique face.
Come on. Attorney has an active imagination. What out? Little else. End quote.
Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. I'm starting to get blind. I really need a fucking glasses at this point. I mean, I don't know how much it costs for the glasses though. I'm starting to understand what's all this perceiving stuff about. Judge has an active imagination. End quote. please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of the story.
Hey, I was the one asking the question here usually.
Oh, we got a new testimony?
Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter Leverage Story gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago, and that red envelope probably had something to do with it. Says what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
So, you threatened to go on and press this story? That's how you got your interview blackmail?
Well, yes. I mean, no. It wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not,
Something wrong, Mr. Brushel?
Look, this is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood, end quote.
Oh, I see.
While you have me chatting away in here, what's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could have got me pressed while I'm going to waste.
The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago. Oh, I can perceive something. Actually, it took a bit to get a work of an interview, so I had to perceive something. The victim, Drew Mishap, has an aversion to reporters. Boy, I guess not even my considerable charm did much for him. Until I finally got my thumbs up, that is. Maybe you could elaborate on that bit for us. Exactly what sort of stuff that was.
Oh, a little one, like I said. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing in between. End quote. I might suggest that I have a lead on this particular story. But I didn't threaten, or cajole, or nothing. Honest.
So a suggestion was enough to get an interview. Mr. Misham must have really wanted to keep it under the wraps. Story connected concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. A certain case 7 years ago. Tell us what case. Oh, he's nervous.
Let me state one thing, Mr. Attorney. Can you quote me on this?
Okay.
I cannot talk about that case.
Why not?
What about the journalistic pride and staunchness and credibility and connection? Journalist reveals sources only over his dead body. End quote. So what would it be? Gonna strangle me dead? Don't tell tales? Oh, Mr. Attorney, what will you do now, Mr. Justice? What will you do now?
Just bring out the Von Karma. You sound pretty determined not to talk. Mr. Brushel, you're not Von Karma. No, Mr. Brushel, you're not Von Karma. Our chances of breaking his will aren't looking good. So it must be that part. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. On the other hand, we have your story. On the other, this letter. What makes you think two are related?
Oh, well, I was just saying it's possible. Call it reporter's intuition, end quote. Hey, I said a lot of things. You're gonna pick all of them apart. Be my guest.
All of them? No, just the incredibly suspicious one. I see. Anything else to add about Mr. Misham?
Say you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
I'm thinking the third statement must be the one I had to perceive. Just how amazing was Mr. Misham's talent?
Huh? Ooh wee boy, I mean, hey, he's a star, man. A star. The flow of his brush is like a great undulating rivers across the canvas. artist paints light up, studio like sun. End quote.
This guy's full of wacky gestures. He's more wackier than wacky sloshy. But that just one hour was just wackier than usual. He looks kinda nervous to me, Apollo. Definitely. I'm sensing something different than here before here. Maybe it's time to bring out the you-know-what. That testimony left a bad taste in my mouth. This all makes sense. Nothing jump out as ridiculousness. I wonder what's this story he was talking about is. It must be very good to get an interview with this famous recluse like that. Something powerful enough to drag Drew Misham out of the hiding. I wonder. Maybe it had something to do with Mr. Misham's art. It's not. Ew. Go away.
Actually, takes a bit of a...
So I had to look at his face then. But I remember it's somewhere like either the 3rd or the 5th. Alright, what you got for me?
Story concern. A certain case from 7 years ago.
Okay, it's not his face. Okay, it's not his toothbrush unless it is a hand. Can't look at his hand on the other side. Okay, so maybe it isn't the 3rd one.
Say what you will.
True talents. Probably had. Wait, did I see something moving up top? Okay, so it's not there. The grinning teeth is insane. Is it his neck or something? It's not there. Okay, he's not here. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, I should have checked his neck though. Okay, so it's not something moving like Lemior did. Hmm. Where is it? Wait a minute. I can't see it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did I just see his... Did I see something on his right armpit? He got something mutated on his right armpit, bro. That is insane. His armpit is sweating? Ew, that's disgusting. Wait, hold on. How does that even work? It was like sweating and then it disappeared. Yeah, like that's not supposed to work. It looks like it just spawned in and then sucked back out. Just sucks back in. Sweat much, brush off. Ew. Well, yeah, well. A man can't help his gland, you know. It's more than that. When Mr. Misham talents was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets.
You're hiding something about his talent. What? That's ridiculous.
Evidence time. Let me show you where the true talent lays. He was writing the something behind it. It just so happened to have an evidence showing the talents mentioned that letter. This painting was found in Miss Ham's studio. Yeah. There was two problems with this painting. The first, it wasn't painted by Miss Ham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we had the letter discussing the payment of 100,000. Which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries.
No. Old.
That is all, Your Honor. And there goes that nasty ass posture. Bro, he need to hit the gym. Holy shit. There's barely meat in him.
Everyone, please, everyone, can we keep this private, please? I'm trying to make it whisper, but you're making it so loud. This is my story, my scoop.
Forgery? That's a serious crime.
Drew Mishap is known as the artist these days, but there's a certain rumors that he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back.
Another art? Meaning forgery?
Drew Misham was a talent, alright. Talented at making precise detail fakes. In fact, that certain criminals' elements were quick to discover.
Criminals' elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about...
Exactly. I'm talking about forgery evidence. The rumors started circulating 7 years ago.
7 years ago? So, are we to understand that this letter, this payment of 100 grand was for?
Exactly. Forged evidence nets tiny profit. End quote.
Order! Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Aha, this is my chance. So the victim has tied to the criminal world, right? He could have led plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connection when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You had to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there is no proof trying this letter in our case. Our case was the remaining simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned the mug that night.
And you, of course. Hey. The only thing I poison is my pen when I write reviews.
So he's just being toxic on his review. In the Yelp review. Mr. Brushel, your testimony to the point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well for your reporting acumen.
What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid you could stand an elephant on it. End quote.
In any case, let us hear the summarize or recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that a studio from the recap, the trial is over. Apollo, what is he talking about? The cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have a reason or a mean to poison him. As long as there's no other suspect, then the killer has to be Vera. That's what. The next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please.
The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted it as much herself. The only thing that's touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. There's nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter.
A nice testimony. Clear, succulent, without the room for doubt.
Ah, shucks. You really think so?
I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one trump card left to play, and I won't let this trial end until I use it. The interview recap.
The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant.
But that doesn't prove Vera poisoned it. How many times do we have to hurt that one hurt forehead? The poison reached its victims via that coffee mug. The poison reached its victim via that coffee mug. From the person where that coffee comes from, Not to beat the dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in.
I'm on it. You need a horse to beat? I'm your man.
Just he is not an animal crueltist. He don't abuse his horse, and I don't think Brushel will be a type of person who would own a horse.
It was Vera who poured it on coffee. He admitted it was much her.
So you witnessed her pouring the coffee?
Of course, I didn't witness it. When she came in with that tray, the coffee was already poured in, steamed in.
Let us not forget the defendant has admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, served, and I killed. What? That's the last part. It was a little joke. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with this coffee mug. I need to find another weak spot in this case. It's not that one.
The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug.
You sure about that?
Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy globing mint candies the whole time.
I feel like he probably drank the peppermint coffee though. One of those candies might have been poison. Objection. Yet at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragments of mint filled in the room, and no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you were still trying to prove this. You think the victims ate, drank, and otherwise ingest something other than coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof, the possibility is there. I can feel it, just maybe not to prove it. Not yet. And possibility isn't going to cut it. Not now. Mr. Misham ingests that poison by a route other than that coffee. I don't know how to prove it. It can't be proven. I do believe our little poet is growing up. Pity. We like to rush the youthful forehead best. Another hole in the case that needs to be plugged before I can prove anything. But first thing first, I better uncover the weak spot before I strikes again. On with the cross-examination. And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Not one thing, you sure?
Yep, sure as it can be. Well now, with one exception.
One exception? What?
Journalist Sparks Brusho does interview, leaves studio, end quote. Come on. It was a joke, get it? Not funny, I know, but still.
Did something leave the studio that night? Why does it sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Now then, we have proven our witness is a comedian of sorts. I would like to turn our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left in that studio that night? I think one thing might be very well left in that studio that night. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean? Something other than our witness. Of course. Don't tell me. Verda Misham? Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. Then let's see what you got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't a scene of a crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have the evidence to show what could have possibly taken from this crime scene. The letterbox. Because Brusho told us that Drew writing a letter and putting it in a mailbox. This is the only link between the studio and the outside of the world. A letterbox? What did Mr. Brusho just told us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim just finished writing a letter.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah, it was true.
Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in the yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. Ah! But that same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared. Ah yes, intriguing. So then the envelope disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changed nothing. Huh? He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out is how is the poison got into Mr. Misham. It really important to that envelope the witness says he saw disappeared. Well, if it did disappear, then it's something that left the studio that night. But that seems very important to me. Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony.
You got it.
I still think this fails to change anything her forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. It's exactly an opening I've been looking for. Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from the studio. A letter was put in a post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio. And you were hiding that fact from us.
Yes, well, actually,
I don't argue the possibility that the letter disappeared from that studio. But her forehead isn't much more serious question before us. Right, how Mr. Mishap was poisoned I know, but Mr. Brusho's testimony has changed, which means that the fact of the case have too. And what would have told us means something entirely different now, I'm starting to think. Let's keep thinking, Apollo.
clearly the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter.
You say clearly as though it were obvious, but this claims that the defendant poisoned the victim was merely conjecture.
Yes, well, you see, in my business, it's all about making the most ridiculous things sound right. A bad habit, I know. Yes, well, actually, I guess this is more a case of a ridiculous journalist sound wrong, end quote.
This court is forced to agree with you. Please refrain from the wild conjecture.
Understood, loud and clear.
If only I could believe that. What do you think, Apollo? Everything he says seems so not flawed. Well, that thing of what you want from the testimony really. I need to keep an eye on what really matters. How and why was Drew Mishap killed? Laura poured a coffee, that's not going to change. But if that coffee didn't kill him, I need to find what did and prove it. A letter was put in the post from the... I hardly think that matter. You sure about that?
Well, to be really, really precise, I was gobbling a Minta the whole time.
Yeah, I can prove it. Alright. Your suggestion, the possibility is not going to cut it, not now. Mr. Joseph, do you have some proof? Oh, hell no, he's gonna double it. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof. Hurt forehead, not possibilities. Of course. And Prosecutioner Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? I have a proof of the disappearing envelope.
I saw him writing a letter, I did.
Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume. Of course, which means that envelope has a stamp on it. A stamp? Ah! As we all know, stamp comes from the dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you had to wet it by licking the stamp. No one worth talking to actually lick stamp in this day and age. Even if you want to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all. Okay, so he licked the stamp, but wait, how does that explain that atroquinine on the rim of the coffee mug? If he licked the back of the poison stamp, the poison would have got to his tongue, yes. What What would then happen if he put a coffee mug to his mouth, Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was on the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Order! 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 But that does... But that doesn't... Does it? Recall, if you would. Atroconine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. See. Interesting. Ooh, I smell something good. You have something to add, Mr. Brushel? Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another scent.
As I believe I mentioned it earlier.
Well, that's a thing. After he pulled his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham has sat searching his desk drawer for something.
Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember ever finding one.
Maybe he just run out. Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one. That does pose a problem. How would you prove that stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamps he used were poisoned as possible. Good shoulder, good shoulder. You couldn't even prove that there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where is your evidence that proved the existence of this poison mush stamp? It's the frame. Whoa, that's certainly a cute little frame. By little, I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection, so what? And apparently you weren't so observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atroconine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame was only 2 inches square, and the face of the frame is even smaller, maybe an inch wide at most. You're not saying... Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits such a small frame? A commemoration native stamp, perhaps. Commemorative stamp. Order! 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 The poison stamp was in this frame? Impossible. Prosecutioner Gavin? Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there just so he could commit suicide if the mood struck.
You know, can I say something? I have a thought, see?
What, Mr. Brushel? Please, stop jittering around like that.
The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger's friends, makes enemy, too. End quote.
I sound like fucking Tobias for saying that. Well, like aligning, timing. So the poison stamps might have been a murder weapon aimed at him. No, what you got for me, bro? Oh, that's rich. Leaves the ridiculous flights of fancy to Gaviner's song lyrics, please. Finally, something we all agreed on. The stamp was the murder weapon. Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go out such a length? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim reclusive lifestyle. Drew Mishap hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail? Now, if you want to kill someone, but you couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be a perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us the evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have the evidence, per se, but things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. Is the envelope? I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Mishap was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence pointed to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you of how someone with intent to kill sent Mr. Mishap the stamp of death. Let's see. It's a red envelope because it has an enclosure stamp. So Clavier wants someone to use the stamp for murder someone. Drew hid it from the world, only communicate by mail. So a person who knows about these two facts use the stamp as a perfect murder weapon. It will be... It's a red envelope. Oh, that's because it has an enclosed stamp to respond. Isn't this the envelope, the one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letters again. There were 2 pages of an envelope. There's only 1 page. This is a 1 page. Yeah, that's right. And this is page 2. Enclosed stamp. It sent it out very specific enclosed stamp just for this. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in an enclosed envelope with an enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Ah! In other words,
if I have this straight, the stamp, poison on the stamp, lick, lick,
gasp.
end quote.
That is so fucking obnoxious. Now, what if we done exactly as the letter asked? He would have signed the document and put it in the envelope and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would have put it on his letterbox. 15 minutes would have elapsed between affixed and stamps, the mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and that's when it came. He drew the last breath, and the mirror and the murder weapon would have been taken from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Such a splendid imagination you'd have, her forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside of this envelope from 17 years ago, yeah? Is that what you had us believe, really? Well, it is a little bit of a stretch, but there is a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder. A poison stamped in this envelope. A stamp that became the murder weapon? How do you attempt to prove that this seems coincidence? Well, it was 7 years ago and we don't even know who even sent that letter. And your answer is silence, I see. Very well, I move too. It's not nice to pick on the 4-line clavier. Oh my god. Oh my god, I was scared. Oh god, that is insane. Oh, that is scary. Ah, Emma. Well, thank God it's Emma rather than Kristoff, because that would be scary. Well, like my Kristoff Gavin impression. Did I sound like him? Don't ever do that again, Emma. Don't quit your day job. Don't you have the crime scene to be looking after, 4-line detective? Someone had to come and dig you all out the mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would have happened if you just trusted in science a little more. You could have find out if the stamp was in that envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, 4-line? Glad at me all you want, but the science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right, the poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority on the court. Is this somewhere here? Oh, I see it. There it is. That's the stamp. Whoa, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atroconine residue. I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past? Now, 7 years later, it bears its fang at last. Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 17 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp. And he put his decisive evidence in a frame? Ooh, I smell something good. Ugh, you're still here?
Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Razortooth Brusho.
Razortooth. I never heard anyone call himself the Razortooth. That is the most upsetting name. The Razortooth. Even though his teeth does not even look like a sign of any razor, because this man has a good oral hygiene.
Claim this scoop as mine. Drew Mishap killed in cold blood by sender of 7-year-old letter. End quote. No, maybe something more succulent. Star falls after 7 years delay. End quote.
Order, order, order! I see no room for further arguments here. Though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp is a ticket straight to the afterlife. End quote. Uh-oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. Our judges have never been so easily manipulated though anyway. I see no further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo, I think we just won. Yeah, we won for now. Very well, this court will find the defendant. Oh, what do you got? What do you got? Is this the bright future of our legal system? Prosecutioner, Gavin? A ticket to the afterlife from 17 years ago. Tickets for Gaviner's shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make sense any other way. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There is a fatal contradiction in her forehead's claim. A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 17 years ago, whereupon it was a frame until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Mishap have done what he did? Emma explained that he must have realized it was poison. They're lying. The lies in its rubber. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Mishap sends the trap and puts the stamp in the frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question. Why 17 years later did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot? He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years. Oh, should I accidentally press the A button? And place the frame on his desk for 70 years and forgot. You expect us to believe he sprung the trap on himself? Birdmouth. Well, I admit this is all quite shocking myself. It does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that has been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo, I don't think we're winning anymore. Yeah, no, you think so? I'm glad to see that we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to the reality. We have been waiting for you. Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? What exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to the court for us? I see no proof in such a thing ever existed. But what about the atroconine residue, huh? Oh, I agree. That does seem to be an atroconine residue. But her forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp didn't exist, Drew Mishap never would have used it. And that is all. I mean, there's a thing called stamp collecting, but I'm not too sure anyone do stamp collecting no more. Erk. I believe we have come to conclusion again. Apollo, were we wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison trace match up. It can't be a coincidence. I would like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. Let's review the facts and see what we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were the trace of the poison atroconine on the document inside of the envelope. A similar trace was also found in the crime scene on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that has left the crime scene on the crime with the poison stamp on it. Yes, but it is if this envelope contains a poison stamp, and Drew Misham, knowing this, put it in the frame, he would never have used that stamp. I'm afraid you're right, which means there is a fatal flaw in this defense case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The trace of the atroconine in the envelope, the frame, and Drew Mishap's mysterious death. We have all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stand by its case, Your Honor. We have seen the logical outcomes of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. A fake clue? Fascinating. If we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? The fake clues that were thrown from us. The poison trial is none other than... It's Drew Mishap. Everything else is true. It's Drew because he's a forger. The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. When we have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by the poison, that all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Congratulations, you have completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of the fake himself, the forger. And that's the problem. That makes a good story, I would give you that. The fake clue, fakes, forgeries. Ah! I know that face. That's just I have an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is fake? Come again? 17 years ago, our forger sniffed the trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbled upon that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know! Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here you are again. The victim was a fake? One forger smelled a trap. One forger fell into the trap. And that's two forgers. And one of them was a fake. That is true. Order! 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 So you're telling us that the Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? You better not be claiming that there's some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us who's the real Drew Mishap was. If Drew Mishap wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person who could have been. Can't be Brusho. Oh no. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Mishap was himself a forgery. The real forger was... Oh, Vera, I'm so sorry. No. There can only be one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger known as the Drew Misham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. Order! 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 Mr. Justice! This is going out of a limb, even for you! I kinda agreed. I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the painting in the studio, one in fact becomes quite clear. The forgery has been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in the trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who has caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of scene. Only one thing. Only two sets of... Oh, shit. Only two sets of fingerprints were found in the forger studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we were to know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well, should go and play this fucking guitar. Fascinating. Vera Misham, you have been paying attention to the trials so far. Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger? Drew Misham. Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She started a hole into a prosecution of Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared by four lines, believe me. Though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, Were you the one who forged those work of art? Yes. So, the forger Drew Mishaps was you? Yes, it was me. What is that drawing? What? The court was in uproar. It was in uproar. It wasn't calming down, so we had to break for a 10-minute recess. Damn. And just like that, we finished for now. Shit, dude. I think that's the best way to end it off though, because I gotta eat real soon. Alright, and what should I play? Nah. And right there. Right there. Shit, that was loud. My fault, y'all. Oh man, that was actually insane. Alright, save complete. I'm gonna finish it off right there. It was actually pretty calming game. What a quite plot twist. I think this has reached my all-time high of highest longest Ace Attorney stream I ever done. Because normally it would be around like 30 and finish it off with the investigation though. Or just like one part of it. Whew. Alright, I'm done for streaming. I ain't got much enough to say. I'm gonna eat my dinner. Till next time, y'all. Mata na.